All right, let's get started. Welcome, guys, to another late night stream. Well, actually, this time it's not that late night. It's only 9:20 around here, so I do have the opportunity this weekend to start streaming a little bit earlier. Now, let's briefly remember where we are. We are doing the Arctic Convoy missions, and it's the second patrol that I am actually doing within the scope of the Arctic Convoys mission set. And yeah, we are in late January of 1943, which means we are far into the war. We are 3 years into the war, more than 3 years, and I've been doing the complete playthrough through the game, through the overall war campaign, having started in 1939 September as a tiny little captain with a tiny little command, the Type 2 in Wilhelmshaven. And after having done a few missions in the Northern Sea and in the Eastern Atlantic, I got promoted to be commander of a Type 7, moved to La Rochelle, and from there I could stretch far into the Atlantic doing the Black Pit missions, and finally got access to these resupply submarines, which allowed us to resupply on the other side of the Atlantic, primarily with fuel but also with food and torpedoes, and do the Operation Drumbeat and the attack on Aruba. After having finished that, I decided to relocate my submarine to the port of Bergen to comfortably reach the area of the Arctic Convoys mission set. And that's where we are right now. As I said, second patrol. In the first patrol we sank something like 22,000 tons. And yeah, see, we have sunk quite a few ships already on this patrol, also around 22,000. Because we successfully sneaked into a convoy at moonlight. So it was a submerged attack, and the moonlight allowed us to have sufficient light out there to use the periscope. Yeah, I'm playing on almost highest difficulty level, which includes dark nights, so often the nights are just too dark, so that you just couldn't do a decent tracking of the targets by the periscope. But with this wonderful moon shining tonight, it was perfectly fine. And we sank something like 4 or 5 ships. If we look at the reports, it's 1, 2, 3, but I think was at least one more ship, and When we are out of this, we're gonna have to check the wrecks on the surface, because I think it wasn't just 3 ships. I think it was 4, maybe even 5 ships that I did sink. So, well, now the escort became pretty pissed off, and they are going hard after us, throwing depth charge volley after depth charge volley. And yeah, up to now we were lucky. One of the depth charges was a close hit, so we only got lightly damaged in the torpedo tubes, 4 torpedo tubes, which we could quickly repair. And so everything up to now is still in shape. So guys, fingers crossed that I'll get out of this in one piece. Yeah, you hear the propeller noises rather close. Yeah, we are on silent running. I have alarm enabled, so have all the crew ready for damage control. The bulkheads are closed, the dive planes are to manual, so we avoid the noise of the electric support. No worries, that was only a flare being fired. Silent run, and the gyro compass turned off. So except for that we go with the slowest possible speed forward, we are avoiding any unnecessary noise. We have 2 4 torpedoes left in the stores, but I wouldn't reload it now because reloading the torpedoes would just make additional noise. And I think we fired all our stern torpedoes. Yep. So might be that for a few ships we overdid it, but as coming from the situation at some points I had the impression that my target data were pretty bad, and so I really fired a fan of 3 torpedoes on some of the ships, which was remarked in the YouTube comments already by Colin. That was, of course, more. You just would need 1 torpedo hit to sink these ships, which I fired at. But I was just not sure. I had the feeling that my torpedo data was so bad that I wanted to fan out a few torpedoes to make sure that at least one of them scores a hit. In total, finally, I had a pretty good hit score. I think 1 ship was hit by all 3, 1 was hit by 2. So I think with these torpedoes that I did fire in this mission, I have a hit ratio which is definitely better than 50%. So I marked sunk vessels with these question marked dots, and I hope that I can later get back there when the escort has abandoned the chase on us. I want to get back there and check the sinking sites and see if everything was already registered. Yeah, that's really a thing. You really have to have evidence of sinking a ship. So you have to see it sinking, you have to hear the noises of the sinking ship with the hydrophone, or if you missed both of that, you later have to go for the wreckage and document that you have actually sunk a ship, and then you can report that back to headquarters, and only then you get it accounted for your sunk tonnage. Yeah, also this is a matter of difficulty level, so you can make your life easier, that you don't have to do that proof of having sunk ships. But let's take a look. Sinking credit requirements strict. So there is no reward for just damaging a ship, and it's only granted for sinking it. And we can confirm the sinking by visuals or by just what I said. The main thing where I actually lowered the difficulty level, why I'm not at 100%, it is the damage difficulty. So I just don't do the full damage difficulty. Here they say, if you are after realism, we recommend the average setting. But yeah, it's pretty hard to judge afterwards, looking backwards, what is realistic and what not. Because I think most of the U-boats which actually got damaged and got leaks didn't make it to report of it. Yeah, so we are rather deep. We are down to 150 meters, which means that we are constantly taking water seeping in through the gaskets, particularly through the gaskets of the drive shaft. And yeah, we haven't had depth charge droppings since a while, so it does look a bit like they might have lost our tracks. And yeah, my hope is that the convoy is just consequently going on its course. It would never stop, never change course, except for that zigzagging that it does meanwhile. And so sooner or later the escort has to abandon the chase for us and has to return to cover their convoy. What actually happens since a while, this is nothing that you have when you play early in the war, but since a while, like you see here, I had these data points of them. Here, that was a data point. That was a data point I got with the hydrophone check. That was a data point, and so on. So I could extrapolate their course like that. But meanwhile, the convoys usually do some zigzagging. So if you, over a long time, you extrapolate their average course like that, meanwhile, you can be pretty sure that they are doing some 45 degrees zigzagging like that. And this is finally a bit of a pain in the ass for your final approach, and it's pretty hard. Or yeah, you have to take that into account for your approach, and this is actually reason for a lot of uncertainty for your torpedo solutions. And this is only since, I don't know, half a year or something that I observe convoys actually doing that. I think I first had it in the Operation Drumbeats mission set. Yeah, I say pain in the ass, but it is realistic. So I like the feature. So it's not this zigzagging what you know from the very beginning. As soon as transport ships, merchantmen, recognize that there is a sub around, they start to do this low-scale wiggling around their course. But here this is really something like 30 minutes like that, 30 minutes like that, 30 minutes like that. And not the constant wiggling around with the wheel. 230 degrees. That would be somewhere there. So there are still quite a lot of escorts around chasing us. And it actually doesn't yet look like they are about to give up the chase. Yeah, this sound always scares me a bit, but it's just flares. Let's go for the scenic view once, cinematic view. To give you a picture of what it looks like up there on the surface. Yeah, 5 o'clock in winter, and so far in the north it's still nighttime. And what we see here, that's the flares that the escort is firing, so this one might be homing in straight for us. So it's 2, 3, 4, at least 4 ships around, and this one might be passing right above us. Okay, now flank speed, and when they are right above us and dropping depth charges, we could also turn on the pump for a few seconds and they would just not hear it when they are right above us, and now they are masking our noises with their own noises. Okay, that's the depth charge. Sounds like they're exploding not too close. Bilge is empty, subsailor will turn off the pump. You don't have to do that micromanagement. If you order pump on, the crew will turn it off as soon as the bilge is empty.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Reduce speed again. They are pinging. It doesn't necessarily mean that they have detected us, just because the ping is audible. Discipline is still alright, 98%. .145 degrees, so that guy is coming in from there. Or when they're dropping depth charges, there will be so much noise that it doesn't do any harm and doesn't give away. Ooh. Alright, I paused the game briefly. Now what's gonna happen? Now these guys who are on damage control station, which is Mr. Ahlers, Mr. Schneider and Mr. Strauss, they are gonna check for hidden damages now. And up to now I don't get any report, although Some crewmates have been crying and complaining of being injured. It seems to be that up to now there is no report of serious injuries. Let's see how it's gonna evolve. And just in case that we are taking water, I'm bringing the boat a little bit up. If it might turn out that we are not taking water, we are gonna go down again. But if we might have a severe leak, it's good to right away turn the boat upwards to have some margin. Okay. Okay, it looks like we do have damages now, obvious damages with torpedo tubes. Stern torpedo tubes, okay. Yeah, they are completely down at the moment, and it might well be that we take water there. So let's see. Can I send some of the guys to actually do the repair of them, of the torpedo tubes? Mr. Arlos. Yeah, please go and repair the torpedo tubes. The crew is strained and stressed by now, but only 10%. And yeah, although crewmates were complaining of being injured, it looks like it was not that bad. Here Mr. Arles is running for the stern torpedo tubes to repair it, and I don't see any particularly injured sailor. Oh, now they're really giving it to us. Okay, Mr. Grade is already repairing the stern torpedo tubes. That's just fine. So Mr. Arles can go back to damage control. Yeah, that's this nice concept in the game. So when you take damage, you do not instantly find out what it is. You first have your officers and their men doing some, looking for hidden damages, and then you find out after a while what the problem is. Mr. Arles, please go for the engines. I want to be able to go flank speed. Well, now they are really dropping on us heavily. Okay. Is this guy injured? Or is he just taking a rest? Where are the injured guys? At the moment it looks like the crew is still fine in terms of injury. But the repair here in the stern, that really takes a while. But it looks like at least we are not taking water in that stern compartment. Yeah, you see the status bar of the repair going up. More depth charge exploding. Hey, weight loss. Yeah, exactly. I am pretty early. So my late night stream isn't quite a late night stream tonight. And yeah, I am continuing what we did yesterday night. And at the moment I am again streaming both YouTube and Twitch. And at the moment, fingers crossed, looks like everything is working alright. And I don't have frame drops. Hey, aqua icing. Yeah, it's pretty early, isn't it? Particularly from your point of view. Around here it's just a 9:45 in the evening. And yeah, you see, we were trying to sneakily evade the escort, but right now they are dropping on us like hell. So there was loads of depth charges exploding close, shaking us decently. But at the moment it looks like we are haven't at least not yet taken too much damage. The stern torpedo tubes are damaged, but obviously without having created a leak. No water being taken in the stern compartment. Yeah, guys, great to have you in. Weight loss, aqua icing, how are you doing? How was your Friday? Weekend is coming.
Aktuelle Tiefe 125 Meter.
So we have done our 90 degrees change course. Course change, I wanted to say. And let's
Kleine Fahrt
go back to sneaky speed. And maybe I would like to go back to
auf 100
150 meters. Yeah, actually that is kind of a reflex that I have developed. When I get depth charged and I feel that they really hit me, I instantly let the boat go something like 20-30 meters up, just in case that I am taking severe leaks. Bringing the boat quickly up might give you some margin for the repairs. Mr. Grade. Yeah, he's doing a good job. He's almost very good. So, yeah, didn't take any water. That's good. So let him do the damage control again. And let's give it a save for now. Give it a new one, W267. New save at least for every newly started stream. And you know I'm not doing it completely hardcore. So when I die, I reload. But luckily that doesn't happen too often. And when just a few crewmates die, I used to carry on and take that just as it is. So for example, my captain is not the first captain that I started the game with in the very beginning, because my original captain died after a year or something in an air raid. Back then we got into an air raid onto our port when we were just getting out of the port. Yeah, they have been dropping a lot of depth charges by now. But on the other hand, it's quite a lot of ships up there. That convoy was pretty heavily guarded, in contrast to that one that we attacked on our last patrol here in the Arctic, which was an enormously large convoy with just something like 3 escorts. What I wanted to check, which size. Size of convoys. Yeah, okay, I'm using the large and not the very large. But if you ask me, if you go in the large mode, it's already perfectly fine, and you might well run into convoys with something like 20 or 30 ships. And yeah, from my point of view, that's perfectly fine. By the way, I see that the number of watchers has grown, so great to have all of you guys in. I hope you're fine. Hope you have a smooth run into the weekend. And yeah, don't feel observed. I just don't know who you are. I just see the numbers going up. But rest assured that everybody is welcomed, warmly welcomed, to put some comment into the chat. Josh, nice to have you in. Good evening. How are you doing? How was your Friday? Yeah, you might have seen that I used my lunch break. So let's change course and go flank once more to get away underneath them. And that I did something like an hour stream, which was originally just thought to check these problems that we had. So I wanted to check whether when I do the double streaming to Twitch and YouTube, whether I still had this frame drop issue. I actually didn't have it, but nevertheless, after an hour, the stream was suddenly interrupted. I don't know why. Ooh. More depth charges. Yeah, I'm pretty alright in the Arctic. So this is the second patrol that I do into the Arctic. And on the first one, I already nicely ran into a large convoy, sinking a lot of ships. And right now, this convoy was heavily guarded in contrast to the first one. But nevertheless, it was a night thingy, so at full moonlight I could nicely sneak into the convoy submerged with the periscope and sink a few ships, 4 or 5. And yeah, now they are a little bit, angry with me. And I'm just not able to shake them off. And just, I don't know how, since when you are in the stream, but just something like 5 minutes ago, we took quite some beating with depth charge, but luckily without taking severe damage. We just had some damages in the stern torpedo tubes, but not taking any water. So if you look at this one here, tonnage-wise, we are really not doing bad. We are almost there already at the first milestone of 50,000 tons. Yeah, after I had this sudden breakdown of the stream, today, I actually changed my router. My old router was a pretty old one, and I already bought a new one, and I just didn't take the effort to put it on. And yeah, so in the afternoon I actually installed that new router. So now I am streaming with the new router, which actually doesn't do anything in terms of bandwidth. I just hope that it might be a little bit more reliable. Hey, wow, 50 ship convoy without guards. That's great. So how far are you in the war? Do they already have their own guns and defense on the transports? Or could you actually do a submerged attack on such a convoy with the deck gun? For me, since a while I couldn't do that because the ships have their own deck guns, and actually a merchantman is often more heavily armed than we are. with respect to the deck gun. Okay, happy times. So if you run into a completely unguarded convoy in the happy times, I think you could just go in there on the surface, deck gun blaring. If you have a deck gun, I mean. Or maybe you are still sailing with the Type 2. Then of course you would just fire the few torpedoes that you have. 5, I think. So they're not giving up. They're still going after us. Mr. Arles is getting tired. Sooner or later I have to give him a cup of coffee. And what I actually did try for the very first time, so actually that afternoon or this lunchtime stream was just about checking the stability of double streaming. But what I also did was I started a completely new game with, in the skipper mode. And from the first glimpse that I took this afternoon, I would say that the skipper mode is pretty cool and playable. So I would be curious if any one of you guys in the stream ever tried the skipper mode and what you think about that. I would even think about starting a new game in the skipper mode when the update comes. End of this month. Hopefully at the end of this month. Okay, so that's a good thing to turn on the pump again. So when the propellers are right above us, we can turn on the pump and they would just not hear it. I think, I hope. And so sooner or later I would also have to turn on the air condition. Come on guys, then turn on the ventilation, please. Somebody, when they are dropping on us, there will be so much noise they wouldn't hear this ventilation. And it recovers a bit of our air quality. We are at 72% and bringing it up right now. Okay, turn it off again. So guys, somebody please turn it off. Turn it off. Or we're just gonna be too noisy. Why doesn't that work? Mr. Helmig. Yeah, thank you very much. Pump is off as well and the bilge is clear and we are up to 79% of air quality. That's just fine. Now let's take a look at the stores. So these filters are used up pretty quickly. So here it's the potassium absorbers. They are used up so fast. So we have used up 4 of them just in this short period of time. So let's transfer some from the hold into the ventilation system. And here we see that we created some scrap metal.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Galoin?
Mr. Gerade. Okay, let him pick up some more replacement parts, and if we might create another set of scrap metal, then somebody could transform it into spare parts. So please get back to damage control. Give me a second, please. Gonna have to check something. All right, back again. Yeah, Josh, that's right. So I have it most often about the ventilation, that they confirm to do it and then don't do it. So for torpedo loading, if you ask me, it only works if you address it to a particular officer. So what I do with torpedo loading, I always activate one officer, then go into torpedo loading and transfer it, and then it is rather reliably done. But if you just have it kind of anonymous without addressing a particular officer, it just doesn't properly work, I would say. But if you address it towards one particular officer, my experience is that then it is reliable. Yeah, we are slowly moving away from the wrecks, and they still don't give up. Hey guys, you can't leave your convoy alone. You have to go with it. dropping flares up there. I don't know if the number of flares is actually limited, but the number of depth charges that they have, that is actually limited realistically. I don't know how many they carry, but probably you could find that out with doing some internet research. And this sounds like something is getting closer. Something is getting closer quickly. Propellers right above us, so let's do a 90 degrees course change again. And go flank. They wouldn't hear it when they are going flank speed above us. They would not hear us. Okay, they are dropping again. They are dropping again. Fingers crossed that they don't hit us with this volley of depth charges. There they are going off, but not too close. It might be that there is another ship passing above us. I wonder if I should drop one of these decoys. Yeah, they are pretty good actually. The escorts become better and better, and this is also one of the beautiful features of the game, that the ability of the enemy actually changes over time with the progressing of their experience and new technologies. Yeah, it becomes pretty hard, and you have these convoys with something like 10 or 12 escorts building a complete circle around the core of the merchantman, and it's so hard to slip through undetected. They would even spot your periscope in the waves when they get close enough. Yep. Yeah, that's usually, Josh, that's usually what you do. If you hit one or two, you're fine, and then get out. And yeah, you are very lucky if you can sink more in one approach. Like I was in the last patrol, because there was just so few escorts. And in this one here, well, I was just, yeah, I was doing it pretty recklessly, I would say, and I was lucky that I got away with it sinking something like 4 or 5 ships in this one approach. That's pretty rare. Usually it's, for me, just like you say, later in the war you can be lucky if you sink 1 or 2 before you're forced to dive away by the escort having spotted you. Yeah, water's slowly seeping in, but no critical leaks. Just these constant sneaky leaks. The deeper you go, the more water sneaks in. Discipline 97%. Strain and stress 18%. That's alright. Yeah, the commanding officers on battle station actually reduce the stress. I have high discipline, experienced crew. That's this, these particular crewmates, which now and then you can upgrade. For example, in the discipline of discipline. But yeah, we are being hunted. Our current depth is deep and is worrying the crew. We are on alert, alarm. So these are the factors that actually increase the strain and stress. Air quality is still up to 77%. That's alright. And battery capacity, yeah, it's uncritical in the way that I am doing this. Just going very slow and only in case of ships passing directly above us go into flag speed. That's relatively economic with respect to the battery charge level. Yeah, just checking the graphics processor. So the game at the moment uses my graphics processor to something between 30 and 40%. And the CPU is about something like between 10 and 20. Yeah. Yeah, and no frame drops at the moment. So I hope that you also see that the quality is okay at the moment. But I don't receive any messages at the moment. And yesterday and the day before yesterday, I constantly had this message of frame drops of up to 50%. Ah, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Yeah, I have to admit that I do have a relatively new one. I never buy the most high-end stuff when I buy a new rig, but I think it is a relatively high tire. Let me see if I can tell you. I don't have it in my mind, but let me see, particularly with respect to the graphics card. Yeah, it's something like when I buy a new PC, then, which doesn't happen so often actually, but then I actually dive deep into the topic and try to do some benchmarking of the different systems. And when I have the PC for a while, that doesn't matter anymore and I just forget. So I can't answer it just out of my head what the specs of my PC actually are, but let me see, where can I...
Kommandant, wir wurden von SD geortet.
Here's system. Yeah, the processor is an AMD Ryzen 8 core 4.2 gigahertz and 32 gigabyte RAM. That's with respect to the CPU actually. But what about the GPU? What about the GPU? Yeah, it's an NVIDIA. But hey, come on guys, where can I actually see what my graphics card actually is? My rig, here it is. Okay, it's the GeForce RTX 4080 Super. That's my graphics card. Yeah. And when I bought this PC something like a year ago, that was not completely high-end, but it was, if you put it onto a scale and 100% is higher-end, it was maybe something like 80% or slightly above 80%. And so it's a decent graphics card actually. Yep. Well, you can also call it like that, yeah. It's alright, yeah. So I think this is a rig which I can run for a few years and still have all the good games play on it. That's at least my experience from the past. When you invest a bit of money into your graphics card and buy something on the, say, upper end of the scale, it's not a waste of money, because you can then, usually you can use this graphic card for years. Yeah, I never had been playing on console. So I really have no idea what the performance on console is. But it's more standardized, is it? I mean, you can buy a PlayStation and then it's a PlayStation, right? And you don't have this kind of variety that you have when you could customize your PC on an enormous scale. And I think for the consoles you don't have that, right? So there's something like every 1 or 2 years they publish a new version which is up to date. But that's it, right? But yeah, I have to admit I have no idea. I could be completely wrong with this estimation. I wish they would finally give up. Well, we should save the game once. They're still chasing us. They are still chasing us. Shall we take another look to the cinematic view? Yeah, I'm pretty happy to hear that also the stream quality is that good. I was never quite sure about that. I mean, here on my screen the graphics is perfectly fine, but of course stream-wise I'm a bit limited and I can't really stream the full quality that I have here because I just get a bandwidth of something like 6 or I think maximum 6,000 kilobit per second. If I were a partner, I think I would get even more, but as an affiliate, this is the maximum that I get. So I'm very glad to hear that the quality of the graphics is alright on your viewer's side. So we still have 1, 2, 3. I think they're all corvettes, right? But it's only 3. It was more. It was 4, 5, or 6. So we are on a good way when it is only 3 of them chasing me at the moment. And it doesn't look like they are going straight in for us, but don't have quite a clue where we are. So yeah, that's definitely just 3 corvettes. So guys, please give up. You have to care for your convoy. You can't leave your pals alone. That's a US corvette. What about them? Also US. And okay, and a British one. Yeah. Nice. You have all this variety in the game. Okay, next time when one of these guys passes directly above us, we should turn on the pump once more. Air quality is constantly going down. Like with the equipment that I have here in my boat, the air quality is actually usually the limiting factor. So I have several upgrades for the battery. And my crew is relatively disciplined, so they don't quickly panic. So usually air quality is the limiting factor. But yeah, so it's always important to have a load of potassium absorbers with you. Yeah, here with the order of silent run being indicated by the blue lighting, that means that the crew kind of, yeah, is doing some particular breathing techniques, I think, or trying to use less oxygen. Don't quite know how they do that, but when you put the crew on silent run, they will use less oxygen. Yeah, is it? Yep. All that hardware. That's probably part of the AI boom, is it? That all these components are so expensive. Because, yeah, production capacities on the world are probably pretty much at the edge because of all that equipment that's used for these AI centers. So still everybody who is owning shares of ASML is on the good side. I wish I had shares of ASML. But you never know, If there is a company who is going steep, always upwards on the stock exchange for years, or for something like 2 decades, they're just going upwards. And so you always think that at one point it must stop. Well, actually, I like now and then to take a look at what high-tech companies stocks are doing, but actually I don't have that much money left that I could do too much of gambling with that. Yeah, it's just about ASML because I'd been working for ASML for many years. Well, not directly, but we were some, I would say, strategic supplier of ASML. Hey, Tarl Brown. Yeah, nice to make yourself visible in the chat. Hi, hi, how are you doing? Hope you had a good Friday. Yeah, well, I would warmly recommend that game. This is actually my favorite. I would say this is the best U-boat simulation that we ever got. So if you ask me, if you like submarine simulations, if you like naval simulations, I would say this game is a must. And, well, just en passant, you support one of these nice little development teams who are not that much mainstream, not these big companies. So that's even the more amazing about this game, that this is really just some little hidden programming studio, programming team. And nobody, I think in the beginning, nobody would have thought that this game would evolve into something that great. From the very beginning, I think it's 7 years ago that the game came out as early access. And I think, when I saw it, I was kind of in love with the concept and I bought it right away. But it was, in the beginning, not playable. But then they really put some more effort, lots of effort in it over the years, and it became better. And then something like 5 years later, I just, by chance, tried the game again and found out that they made a fully grown-up game out of that. I'm playing on PC, but there are people here in the chat, like here, PlayStation. Josh just commented that he's playing it on PlayStation, and if I remember right from the comments in the chat, the game is perfectly okay also on PlayStation, right? No major bugs or something. In the beginning, yeah, but meanwhile, it's alright. Hey, yes. Yeah, good point. And this is definitely a slow pace game. I mean, this is not quick action, that's not arcade, but it's deep, deep immersion. And yeah, by the way, it's some nice opportunity to have a little chat next to the game with the people in the stream. That's also one reason why I love it, but also for this kind of realism level. And yeah, right now it just takes time to get rid of these guys up there, and I just don't dare to do time acceleration because experience says whenever you do time acceleration, they just start to drop at one point, depth charges on top of you, and then you can't stop the time acceleration fast enough before something bad is gonna happen. Yeah, Tyler Brown, I would say that game is perfectly the right thing for you. I mean, if you like these kind of simulations. So I don't know how long you are in the stream already. So yesterday, we are continuing this one here. Yesterday, we actually infiltrated at moonlight, submerged into this convoy, and were able to sink for, I think, 3, 4, or 5 ships. I don't quite know yet. We have to get back to the surface to figure that out. And guys, why is there only one guy at the... Okay, they just left their stations. Yeah, we infiltrated that convoy, sank a few ships, and now we have to get away. So there was quite a lot of escorts, and they're after us right now. And at the moment, it's obviously just only 3 of them, and the others have turned with the convoy to carry on. Yeah, it's pretty early if I look at the time. It's local time here is just 10:30. And we are already 1.5 hours into the stream. That's pretty unusual because, yeah, as you know, I usually only start streaming at something like 12 o'clock local time here. Yeah, by the way, there are quite a few people also watching the YouTube stream. Welcome, guys. And yeah, the YouTube guys usually are not that talkative, but I'm always glad, like here, Tal Brown, to get some feedback also from YouTube. Yeah. And yeah, here on Twitch, that's a bunch of old acquaintances. Always glad to have you in. Guys like Josh, Aqua Icing, Weight Loss. So now it would be nice. Listen to the propeller. It's getting lower, is it? The sound of the propeller. Let's hope that they are abandoning. Let's hope that they are finally abandoning the chase and return to their convoy. Stand by your convoy. Yeah. Let's go for the cinematic view once more. Some might call it cheating. I would call it just, yeah, the cinematic view. I mean, if you were very, very hardcore, you wouldn't do that, but I'm not that much hardcore. Okay. Okay. Really looks like they are abandoning the chase, and there is already a stretch of first light on the horizon. Thought I saw something here. Okay, in the darkness they are still lurking there. Of course, there is one trick that they sometimes do. They just turn off their propellers and wait on the surface, and they well know that we can't detect them when they are not moving. So, Mr. Hinrich at the hydrophone, please. There is one guy moving away, a second guy, no idea whether it's closing in or not, but it's pretty close. 5 to 10 cables. Ten cables? Is it like 10 cables is a mile? That's what I thought, that a cable is something like the 10th part of a mile. Yeah, well, if you want to play a submarine simulation in multiplayer, there is a game called Wolfpack. It is still in early access and in development, but you can team up, so you can build a team of, I think, 5 guys and man the submarine with 5 guys. So you take over the role of the officers, you and your 4 pals. And if I remember right, there is also NPCs then, forming the rest of the crew. And yeah, the gameplay is still early access. I mean, so it's not a campaign in there or something, but the control of the submarine is just amazing. So it's much more detailed than here. So you really have to turn around each single handle and each single valve and switch things, and you have trimming tanks, ballast tanks, and everything. So they really did a great job in making the simulation very detailed in terms of the functionality. But on the other side, the learning curve is pretty steep, so it's very few people playing that game. So either you find a few friends to play together with you, or yeah, the servers are relatively deserted, which is a pity. But yeah, it's pretty hard. It's for submarine nerds, I would say. And what they are actually implementing at the moment is that they also implement a simulation for escorts for corvettes, so that you could also man a corvette, and then a team of 5 mans a submarine and another team of 5 mans a corvette, and then they play against each other, which is pretty amazing. So there is a lot of potential in that game. Only it's also a small development studio, and the question is if they actually are able to keep up the development work. Okay, so you pay. You mean for this one here, for UBOAT, it's £25 at the moment. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, okay, that's good. It's definitely worthwhile. £25. It's a great game. So don't misunderstand me. I mean, this what I was talking about, this multiplayer stuff, and that you could also slip into the role of a corvette. That's this other game. That's the Wolfpack game. But this here, U-Boat, it will always be single player. They don't have any plans to turn it multiplayer. But nevertheless, it's great. And if it's $25, it's worth that. By the way, nice to hear that we have another watcher from our friends from UK. So I am actually streaming from Germany. You might have guessed by my accent. And I am living in the Frankfurt area somewhere. some kilometers west of Frankfurt. So it feels like, I don't know, maybe the crew is actually exhausted. Too much work from the officers gives us a debuff in terms of discipline. Okay, so there was, a change of watch. That was what we had when I was surprised that there were, the crew was leaving their stations. That was at 6 o'clock. That was the change of watch. So I don't have to court martial them. So it was perfectly fine that they left their stations while on battle station. Yeah, we are getting in more and more water. It's sneakily seeping in. Now we are almost at 90 liters. Yeah, the propellers of the escorts are still faintly audible. Yeah, the moon has set, so now it's very dark up there. It's 6 o'clock in the morning, the sun is not yet to be rising, and the moon has set, and so at the moment it is pitch black darkness out there. Which luckily wasn't the case something like 2 hours ago when I did my attack. I had a nice moon on the sky illuminating the scene just enough for me to use the periscope, and it was still just dark enough for them not to spot my periscope. Actually, it started raining up there, and the wind speed is going up 15 knots, so there will be some choppy water at the surface, which reduces our hydrophone range probably. Okay, so that looks good. Looks like that guy is finally moving away. Let's give that a mark and see. If they are continuing to move away. Distance is 1 mile, almost 2 miles. So I wouldn't dare to get to the surface, because it might be, if I would now get back to the surface, that they get me on their radar. So let's just stay hidden down here for a little, maybe something more than half an hour, and then they should be far away. Give it a save. Fingers crossed. It pretty much looks like we are through that chase. Yeah. Yeah, you're 1 hour earlier than me probably, right? So here it's 11:15, so it's 10:15 on your side. But hey, why not? I mean, I don't know what your plans are for tomorrow, but at least it's Saturday. So why not spending a few hours on gaming on Saturday night? So I am particularly free this weekend. Usually I am not streaming that early. Usually I just do late night streaming, something like starting at 10 o'clock. If my job allows me to do that. If I don't have to get up too early in the next morning. Yeah, because I usually wait until my family is going to bed. So I used to spend the evenings with my family, and this is kind of the limiting factor. Yeah, but no complaints. It's a nice limiting factor. But yeah, tonight and tomorrow, over the weekend, my family actually, my wife went to visit their parents, and Our son is with her, so they already left in the afternoon, and only our daughter is still here, and she went out for a birthday party. And yeah, she should be back any minute, I hope. And she's gonna leave tomorrow also for her grandparents. So from tomorrow morning onwards till Sunday evening, I have the whole place just for me. So I could do some gaming and streaming all over the day. Only problem is that I still have to prepare some few things for next week for work. So still tonight I could start early streaming, and tomorrow night I'm also gonna start an early stream. Ah, okay. A wedding, yeah, amazing. Yeah, painful with the shoes. I could well imagine that, yep. I really hate shopping for clothes. I like cooking, so I'm a big fan of shopping food, but I don't like shopping for clothing. Do we dare to do a little bit of time acceleration at that point? Propellers detected.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloy?
But it still looks like they're not going for the convoy. The convoy must be far away by now. And they are still not. Okay, that is probably the convoy. That's probably the overall sound signature of the convoy. There are still these three guys. But that can't be true. They must be further away by now. Well, however, give it another save. Check the oxygen level. Yeah, well, we can still afford to do a little bit of waiting. We just, yeah. Oh.
245 Grad. Meter.
So let's wait until 7 o'clock. It's even a thunderstorm going on up there.
Aktuelle Tiefe 150 Meter.
Noise. What is noise? Does it mean that there is a ship sinking? Maybe there is other submarines around also attacking. This actually happens, that there are other German submarines operating independently and launching attacks. So there is these guys moving away. That might be the escort which is retreating. this is the bulk.
Aktuelle Tiefe 150 Meter.
This is the bulk of the convoy. Moving away, yeah. Can be lifeboats, yeah. So we are gonna go there, and this is more or less where I did put the quest. Not quite. Let's give it a mark there, because I want to go back to the lifeboats. I still have the feeling that not all the ships that I sank were registered, so I want to check the sinking sites. Now let's go north. So guys, we can stop the alarm. We can also stop the silent running. Open the bulkheads. Yeah, come on, they are so far away. We can do everything back to standard. Okay, there we are back to red light because it's night time. And this actually makes a difference. So when you have the red light turned on, you have a better eyesight out there in the dark than if you had the red light not turned on. One of these beautiful little realistic features. Yeah, we are at 120 liters in the bilge. That's not really critical, but I'm glad to get the water out sooner or later. Let's get to 50 meters.
Tauchen auf 50 Meter.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Jawohl, Herr Kalul.
Mr. Schneider is reloading torpedoes, that's good. Mr. Schultz is carrying for the navigation precision, which is also good. We are down to 79%, so that's fine.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Let's just make sure that we don't run into any surprises. At least these guys down there in the south, they are moving away. That's probably the escorts which were molesting us here all the time. Yeah, now that we have ended the alarm, we should
115 Meter.
have the galley operating again.
Meter.
Yeah, while you are on silent running, operations like torpedo maintenance or torpedo reloading is stopped. But as soon as now I stopped the silent running, Mr. Schneider is continuing his job. And yeah, first reloading and hopefully also en passant maintaining the torpedoes. Yeah, it's pretty important that you keep up. Okay, he didn't maintain it, so he will have to get it out again for maintenance later. Yeah, no problem. You have to keep the torpedoes on a high maintenance level. If you fire it with low maintenance level, you have a much higher chance of getting a dud, actually. Okay, go to 20 meters.
20 Meter.
Meter.
Yeah, saw that flashlight. That was a lightning up there. Yeah. Around here we see what the weather is up there. You you could wonder how we could know when we are down here, but I think you can hear that via the hydrophone. when it's raining up there, when there is a storm, when there is a thunderstorm. I think you can get that information out of the hydrophone
Befehle, Herr Kaloi.
signal.
Aktuelle Tiefe 20 Meter.
Hey, come on, it looks like they're not moving away. They are still circling around there. Might be that they are chasing another submarine. So the risk is still there that these guys turn around and come back up here for us. So let's turn on the pumps to get the water out. There is still this scenario that there was one sneaky bastard staying close, turning off his propeller and just floating up there, and we would not recognize it via the hydrophone. So let's go for 10 meters.
Tauchen auf.
Problem is that it's probably by far too dark now without the moon up to see anything through the periscope. So we could
Aktuelle Tiefe
use not
15
the attack
Meter.
periscope but the observation periscope, which has the night filter. Yeah, let's see. Let's see if we can see something. So, guys, get the boat to
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
periscope
Herr
depth.
Kaloi, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
So let's assume the worst, that there is still some sneaky bastard waiting for us up there. So I would like to have improved depth keeping. Your technical officers can give some advice to the crew hands at the depth steers to improve
Peilung
the depth keeping. That actually prevents the boat of broaching the surface and getting visible up there in the waves because of incorrect depth keeping while being on periscope depth. So now the captain, please go for the observation periscope. Yeah, we have a very low vision range. It's nighttime, it's no moon, and it's particularly bad vision because of the thunderstorm going on. But let's see what we see. Okay, so it's not rain but snow actually.
Peilung 160 Grad.
Yeah, the observation periscope is a bit short and it just barely sticks out of the waves, so particularly in bad weather it's pretty hard to do observation with that.
Torpedorohr 2 gewartet.
Tauchen auf 5 Meter. Aktuelle Tiefe 10 Meter.
Yeah, let's get up a bit. Of course, now the risk is that the conning tower is visible through the waves, but well, it's nighttime. So maybe I'm overcritical. Yeah, now we
5
get some
Meter.
clear sight. So let's do one sweep. I love this, how the snow is implemented graphically. So this is probably where the sun is gonna. No, that's just
10
more or
Meter.
less clouds. Yeah, let's do 1 3/8 sweep the observation periscope and see if there is any sneaky evil meaning guy trying to fool us. We already went once around 380. There we are. All right. Looks okay. So stop direct orders. And yeah, let's still be careful and let's go for deck awash, which means that we only partly get the water out and let some water in the ballast tank so that just in case we could quickly get down. Of course, the boat then has less buoyancy and doesn't stick so far out, but we can still man the observation deck. Okay, so now they are doing it with the attack periscope, and if I give him additional sailors, one of the additional sailors would actually man the observation periscope in parallel. Hey, Holiday Punch. Good evening, nice to have you in. How are you doing? The Scupper Flow mission, yeah. Yeah, the Scupper Flow mission is tough, and I survived the Scupper Flow mission because I had a sound-seeking torpedo astern. I did it pretty late in the war. And, well, there was one escort ship going hard on me, following me. And, well, I just fired a sound-seeking torpedo with my stern torpedo tubes, and it actually hit it and sank it. And by that, I finally, luckily got away from the Scupper Flow mission. Yeah, actually, I didn't want to do it. I hadn't been playing the Scupper Flow mission since something like 2 years or something. Always avoided it because I was afraid of it. And then, yeah, with a little bit of luck, I actually did it. So, nothing around. So come on, let's get completely back to the surface. So, blow the tanks finally. Mr. Strauss is doing that. And now we use the remaining compressed air to get all the water out of the ballast tanks, which would bring us stably to the surface. Here we are. Yeah, let's go. Cruise speed. And now I want to check the sites where the ships did sink. Let's give it a save. Yeah, let's report these 3 sunk ships, but I think I did sink at least 4, maybe even 5, and it was just not yet registered. So let's check the sinking sites. So Mr. Strauss, he's my second radio man. He's off watch, so he's gonna do radioing now. I hope that this is... come on. Better leave the station. Don't... Yeah, let's wait with the report. Because if we actually send that message, the radio waves might well picked up by these ships which are still around. And yeah, then they know what is up, even if they might not decipher our code. Wow, look at that. What waves we actually have. Even if they wouldn't actually decipher our code, they could still know that we are still around. So this is also the reason why I never report contact sightings when I am about to attack them, because it might give away me approaching. Hey guys. Air quality 60%. Okay, that's because of the bad weather. We have to close the exterior hatch. So let's see what happens if we open the exterior hatch. We would probably take quite a bit of water. Okay. Open the exterior hatch. Alright. So that's not quite logical, because this interior hatch is closed still, but yeah. Air intake on the bridge. Entrance hatch 100%. What if we open that one? We are probably taking a bit of water with the hatch open, but I really want to have the fresh air in. It takes a little while. This is a small hatch to vent the whole ship. I could turn on the ventilation, but as I have still the potassium absorbers in, it would be a waste of the potassium absorbers, and I can't take them out because I don't have enough inventory space to put them somewhere. Somebody closed the hatch again. It's going to be 14 minutes. Yeah, let's get there and check the sides of sinking. So a little bit of time acceleration, and I think we are full in terms of air quality again. Yeah, nice. And the hatch is closed. That's good in this weather. And discipline is at 94. At the moment it's going down because the crew says it has too much work from the officers. So what I can do now is adding additional types of food. So 3 types of food, that should increase the morale, but at the cost of having higher overall consumption of food. wow. What do we have there on the horizon? Oh, whoa, whoa. Maybe this is a damaged ship. Maybe...
Alarm. Handelsschiff in Sicht. Peilung 15 Grad.
I don't want to approach them on the surface. They're gonna have deck guns.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Merchant ship 15 degrees. That's the report, so... That's where they are. So that was the noise, probably. So when the morale is low, the crew is feeling strain and stress more quickly, and when strain and stress is at 100%, there is the possibility of crew mates to panic. And I'm not quite sure what else you get if the morale also slows down things a bit. I think if you have, not quite sure, but it might be that if you have low discipline, that then things would take more time, like reloading torpedoes or something. Yeah, we don't need the alarm. Now let's see if I can figure out where that ship is with the attack periscope. At least it's against that part of the sky where we are gonna get the sunrise. Well, it's... yeah, the brightest part should be in the east-northeast. Yeah, but it will still take hours until sunrise. Okay, there he is. My guess is that this is one of the ships that we only damaged and it didn't sink. But it seems to be immobilized. At least I hope that this is the case, and so we could finally take it out with one more torpedo. Luckily, we still have 2 more torpedoes. Ah, okay. That's also something I wasn't aware of, but it's a nice mechanism. Very nice mechanism. The crew being more noisy when the discipline is low. Yep, makes sense. Yeah, when the convoy is moving on, sooner or later they used to abandon damaged ships. But what I also have already seen is that an immobilized ship was able to repair its damage, obviously, because after a while it started moving again. Yeah, we can't go in on that one there because this one has... I'm pretty sure that this is one of these types of ships which have several deck guns. So if we would go in, our deck guns blaring, trying to sink it with the deck gun, they have much more firepower. The merchantman, in terms of deck gun, these type of merchantmen have more firepower than a submarine. So, bad idea to approach these guys on the surface that far in the war. In the beginning of the war, you don't have these armed merchantmen, and then it would be easy prey. Yeah, we could even board them and force the crew to leave the ship and then just sink it with explosives or scuttle it if one of the officers has the technical ability to scuttle ships. But right now, if we would need to get to the surface to board the ship, and then they would start firing. So I think boarding the ship is no option at the moment. At least not those ships which are armed. Too risky that they open fire. And yeah, the submarine is a fragile thing. One shell doing a decent hit might give us quite a lot of trouble. Yeah, let's save the game. Yeah, there is quite some contacts around. And yeah, let's do a little bit of time acceleration. There we go. Closing in, and let's just hope that they don't repair their ship while we are closing in.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloy.
Okay, there we are. We just have to get close enough so that we can do a safe hit with the torpedoes.
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
Give it another save. And just hope that there is no any escort hiding.
Torpedorohr 2 gewartet.
Handelsschiff, 20 Grad.
Yeah, I just want to get into a decent firing position. This one is definitely damaged. And it's a Type C. Its velocity is 0. And we are gonna approach it finally with a rough angle on board like that. But when they are moving with 0 speed, that just doesn't make a difference. Yeah, you see the deck gun battlements on the forecastle and on the aft castle. What's the distance? Let's just do it by the textbooks to make sure that we don't, by any stupid mistake, have our last torpedoes miss that one. So it's still more
Schussunterlagen
than
aktualisieren.
2
Entfernung
miles,
2, 9, 3,
more than 1
0
mile
Meter.
away.
Lage 8, 7, Bug links. Geschwindigkeit 0 Knoten. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
It's at 20 degrees. So something like that, maybe. Yeah, I doubt that they can detect or spot our periscope in this twilight. Let's have Mr. Grade do the improved depth keeping to make sure that we don't stick our conning tower through the waves. Okay, now it's less than a mile away.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung 1, 6, 9, 8 Meter.
Yeah, the angle on bow is probably a bit more like that. Although, as I said, it just doesn't matter. I'd give it a save. It would be too bad if we fail that one. So that's it. The draught is 7.3. What about the maintenance status of the torpedoes? It's alright, isn't it? I think we can go with it. 50% torpedo maintenance status should be fine. So
Rohr 1 bewässern.
So tube 1.
Rohr 1 bewässert.
Rohr 2 bewässern. Rohr 1 bewässern. Rohr 1 bewässern.
Rohr 2 bewässert.
Rohr 2 bewässern.
Rohr 1 bewässert.
Rohr 1 bewässern. Rohr 2 bewässern.
I'm just trying to see how it works if you fire a volley. I don't want to have that one coming back like that, so
Los!
go.
Ja.
Yeah, still the thunderstorm going on. Fingers crossed that I'm right and that they are not moving. Still not quite clear whether the guy is gonna hit or not.
20 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag.
I would say it doesn't look too bad.
30 Sekunden. 20 Sekunden. Torpedoversager.
Oh. So hey, give me some maintenance of that torpedo.
Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kaloin.
Halbe Fahrt voraus.
It was a dot.
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
All right.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
So now we are gonna fire our last torpedo. Distance, just for the training. Doesn't matter when it's not moving, but just to see how it works, the steady meter, so the guy
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren.
is very close.
Entfernung 7, 1, 8 Meter. Gegnerlage 1, 0,
Let's see if we
1,
can
links.
hit it right underneath the engines.
Rohr 1 bewässern.
Rohr 1 bewässert.
Los! Sekunden bis Torpedo einschärfen. Ja,
40 seconds.
30 Sekunden.
Yeah. If this is precise, these timings, when they are precise, my distance estimation was good. There we go, come on, please. That must have been a decent hit. Right in the center. Serious damage. They were not yet leaving the ship. It's sinking. I'm pretty sure that it is sinking.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
Yeah, there is a big gun, 4, and several big guns abaft. So I think this one is a deck gun, and this one there is a anti-aircraft. Yeah, they are starting to heavily list, aren't they? The stern is going down. See, there is still a guy up there on the bridge of that merchant. Yeah, the fire is spreading. It started in the deck house in the middle, and now it's spreading all over the deck. Poor guys. Yeah, we really have to wait until the crew actually abandons the ship to get to the surface. Now, I would still be afraid that they were still having the guns operable and firing at us. Yeah, this is now, you see the effect of choosing the realistic sinking model in the game. It really just takes a while, but we gave it a good hit in the center, and So even this one hit is sufficient to finally break its backbone and sink it.
Evakuiert das Schiff.
Okay, the crew is leaving the ship. That would make a nice thumbnail for a stream. So let's give it another save and get back to the surface.
Anblasen.
Aktuelle Tiefe 10 Meter.
Wow. That looks pretty impressive, doesn't it? 4 interactions nearby. Yeah, now I shouldn't
Kaloi, wir sind aufgetaucht.
linger around here for too long, because sooner or later there might be escorts turning up. Lifeboat 3. Yeah, let's get the 2 officers on board. Yeah, new orders are only to save officers on the lifeboats. Yeah, you hear the sound of the compressor, which was turned on by the crew. And now we are giving them some supplies. Preserved pork, and this will increase our reputation. Lifeboat 2, just the same. And lifeboat number 1, you will get some canned fish. There is some wreckage which is too far. I think I would like to turn around and
Diese
check
Koordinaten setzen.
that one.
Höhenbruch, sie sinken.
Ja, wir haben ihn.
All right. There they are, finally going down. Yeah, the sinking mechanics, it's also nice. So you see that the fire has actually stopped in these sections of the ship where the flooding took place. So that's so beautiful. Of course, it's a bit cynic to call that beautiful, but it's, let me say, nicely implemented graphics wise. Okay, floating containers. Yeah, come on. Let's not take the effort of getting all these. Let's first check. Don't want to spend too much time around here. Let's first check these other sinking sites, which I have marked with the question marks here and there and there. Just to be sure if I actually had registered all ships that I sank. Because I'm not quite sure, but I think it might be that I have sunk one more ship. Of course, now there is some risk that after having sunk that guy, he still had the opportunity to radio for support, and that means that some
Navigation besetzen.
escorts might turn up here again. Or, well, airplanes. I don't know if we are in the range of Dundee. I don't know. However, let's give it a save for now and then allow me to be AFK for 1 minute. Yep, be back in a minute. All right. Back again. Yeah, I just got me a slice of cheese with a slice of bread. Okay. There is something at 20 degrees.
Kurs setzen.
Natürlich, Herr Kaloy.
Could I actually mark that as a target? Yeah. Ponton. There they are. In vision range. Ah, the spray. It's so awesome.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kaloy.
By the way, what about the crew? Still strain and stress at 20%. Yeah, they should relax sooner or later. Yeah, we have the base value of +8. So it should be getting better.
Maschinen, stopp!
Okay, no officers on board. Frank Lever, we had them already. Lifeboat number 2. Lifeboat number 3. Lifeboat number 4. Lifeboat number 5. And there are 2 officers. 1, 2 guys. You can get on board. And so the rest is gonna get some more supplies. Let's see how much I can actually afford. What if I only do 6? Okay. So this would give us only 2% of additional reputation, and giving something like 10 would give us 5. Yeah, okay. Number 3. Number 5. And number 6. Now what can we get? Replacement parts. We need 1. That doesn't make sense, does it? Come on, not for the replacement parts. Yeah, there we have the replacement parts on deck. It's 2 replacement parts, and well, I would need 1.
Wenn sich die Sonne neiget, der feuchte Nebel steiget, mein Tagwerk ist getan, mein Tagwerk ist getan.
So let's throw them overboard, that's fine, and get the spare parts.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloy? Bestätige.
So now it's 20 to 9, and we are getting a bit of daylight by now.
Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kaloy. Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
Halbe Fahrt voraus. Kurs setzen. Navigation besetzen.
Yeah, I just want to check one by one all the wreck sites, because I still feel that I might have missed something. So look at that, we already have reached the first level of the Arctic convoys with that last ship that we sank. Nice. Let me just check something very... Yeah, guys, sorry, I just have one ear to the door because, yeah. As I said, our daughter is on a birthday party of a friend, and I hope that she's on the way back by now. And as my wife took our car for the trip to her parents, I couldn't pick our daughter up, and she said she would come back with the bus, and so, well, she's pretty reliable, but still, well. If she's not here by 12 o'clock, I might start to become a bit nervous. Yeah. Got a message here. Okay, no. Yeah, still no frame drop things. So, fingers crossed, but the stream still seems to be running relatively stable. What about the wreckage? What was it? Replacement parts. Yeah, we could pick up the replacement parts actually. Hey, removed koala. Nice to have you in. Yep. Everything's alright. We have sunk a lot of ships, and we were, at least now it looks like we were able to get rid of the escorts chasing us. And now I'm just checking whether it's worthwhile to pick up some of the debris. And yeah, particularly I try to just travel from a crash site, sinking site to sinking site, because I do have the gut feeling that there was still one of the sinking not being registered. No, I actually did home office, so I could sleep a little bit longer, but I had a few online meetings in the morning starting at 9 o'clock. It was until around lunchtime, and then I did, during lunch break, I did a little bit of streaming, and yeah, then I had another meeting, another online meeting in the afternoon. So in total, I think I didn't do my 8 hours of work today, to put it like that. Guten Abend. Hi Colin, nice to have you in. How are you doing? So you see, this time it's not that much of a late night stream, because we are already 2 hours and 45 minutes into the stream. Yeah, I could start a little bit earlier, because my wife and our son already went off to visit her parents. Our daughter is out for a birthday party. She should hopefully be back any minute. And she's gonna leave tomorrow morning as well by train, going after them. Going for my wife's parents, and yeah, so I decided to stay at home. I have to do some work over the day, but in the evening this allows me to do some early streaming. While usually I spend the evening with my family, now I am free over the weekend and can start much earlier, which I pretty much enjoy now and then. Okay, looks like there is no wreckage around here.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloy.
Okay, nothing around. Well, okay, so I think so. It's just due time to get back to our home port. Well, after that raid on the convoy, where we sank 3 ships, we had 2 torpedoes left, and after spec to surface, I saw that there was 1 ship left which couldn't move anymore, and so I fired 1 torpedo, which was a dud, and I fired our last torpedo, which actually sank it. So all torpedoes fired. Around here it's yeah, exactly 12 o'clock round now. 1 minute to 12 o'clock. What time is it at your side, if I may ask? So this is actually the time when I used to start my streams. Let's get back home to Bergen.
Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloy.
Give it another save. Yeah, but guys, great that you're all in. Welcome, welcome. So I hope you had a good day, Colin, as well as Removed Koala. How was your Friday? Did you get a smooth transition into the weekend? Hey, come on now, let's send the messages. So, Mr. Strauss, please man the radio.
Besetzen.
And then, yeah, we get a lot of money reward for all this stuff. So, Mr. Strauss, it will take him a little while to send that, so
Benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
let's give him some supporting crew hand, which means that it will be a little bit faster. So the faster you do these transmissions, the less probable it is that your reports actually get intercepted by the enemy. Yeah. So you are 1 hour earlier than we are here in Germany. And yeah, thanks for the feedback. That's very helpful. And yeah, also from my figures here, I see that I don't have these failure reports of having dropped frames and everything. So everything looks very stable. And what I actually did is I changed my router. I'm not quite sure. I don't think that it was a problem with the router, but I wanted to do that anyway. I already had the new one lying around for weeks, and I always wanted to replace the old one because I always had this gut feeling that it was a bit unstable. So be it because of the new router or maybe just because certain servers on the way of my data from here to you, some servers were unstable, which I think is the most probable reason, that there were some in-between servers and routers being unstable. It didn't quite look like the problem was here at home. But yeah, great when it is working again. I'm again doing the double stream. Yesterday actually I stopped the stream and then continued only on Twitch, and then I got a stable stream again, but yeah, the double stream was just not working yesterday and the day before yesterday. But now it looks fine. Okay, so you are moving one state further to the... is it? No, maybe not necessarily one state, right? One time zone to the east. Yeah, that's quite a move, actually. I mean, when you move from one state to the other and across the whole time zone. So that's quite a move. Yeah, the US are a large country. And there we have the sunrise. How beautiful. Yeah, the sun is rising in the southeast. We are so far north, and it is still winter, which means you don't have the sunrise in due east, but pretty much to the southeast. And the sun will just do a little dip up and go down soon again. So now it is 9:30. So we have sunrise at 9:30 up here in winter. Yeah, still we do have the sun for a few hours. Let me check. So I think this is about... I think we are about at the latitude where in midwinter, like on 24th or 30th of December, you would have no sun at all. This starts around here or a little bit further north, I think. If I remember right, this latitude from where on in midwinter you have no sun at all. I think it's going through somewhere north of Iceland. Hey, Aqua Icing, good question. So, I already got the first level of Arctic convoys with 2 convoy actions. So I attacked 2 convoys, one in the first patrol, one in the second. So that was pretty efficient. If you, yeah, that's really nice. If I remember back, that usually when I was doing a sneaky raid on a convoy, it was like that I could sink 1, maximum 2 ships before I was forced to dive away by the escort. I think we were pretty lucky this time. So, change of watch at 10 o'clock. Here we are.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung. Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloi.
Herr Kaloi, wir sind aufgetaucht.
12 o'clock. What is it like at 12 o'clock? See? Okay, it's too cloudy. We don't have eyes on the sun, and we still have quite a swell going. Sun must be somewhere there, but we can't see it due to clouds. Would be nice to see how low the sun is up here at lunchtime. Yeah, well, to a little bit more friendly area of the world. Yeah, by the way, Colin, thank you very much for your comments. I actually did read them before I start this stream. Just, yeah, didn't answer yet because I was like, yeah, hot to get into the stream. But that was pretty helpful and pretty interesting. So although all of you guys had a lot of pixelation yesterday and the day before yesterday, obviously the saved stream that you can see online is without pixelation and in good quality. That's interesting. I wasn't aware of that. Aqua Icing, what do you have to do to get the multitasking achievement? It's a, is it a Steam achievement, right? Not an in-game achievement. Hey, Lord of Choco, welcome. Welcome for the second time today in my stream. How are you doing? How was your afternoon? Yeah, strain and stress takes a long time to go down. We're still up at 18%. And yeah, discipline is back up. So I think we could reduce the varied dishes and save some food. And just stick to bread for now. Three different ships. Wow, and you got that. I would never get that. For that I'm just too much single task. I go for one ship, fire a few torpedoes on that one, And then for the next, I would never get that achievement with my way of playing. And there we see a little bit of the sun coming through the clouds. There we get an imagination of how deep the sun is. Here, look at that. It's just 6 minutes past 12. And the sun is so low above the horizon up here in the north. Alright guys, my daughter just came home. Everything alright. So now I can finally relax. Alright guys, I'm just briefly AFK to check with my daughter when she's gonna leave tomorrow. She's just checking train connections. So I'll be AFK for another few minutes. So you guys have the con. Hey, Beatbox, nice that you're there. So please, I have to be AFK just for a few minutes to check with my daughter what her plans are for tomorrow morning. But I'll be back in 2 or 3 minutes. But yeah, great to have you in, Beatbox. So you have the con, guys. Alright guys, back again, but I'm gonna be distracted a bit for the next 5 minutes or something. And then, yeah, it's just 20 past 12 o'clock, 20 past midnight, so we still have a wonderful stream ahead of us. Just need to check in between how we are gonna organize our morning tomorrow. Yeah, Beatbox, how are you doing? You had been streaming yourself before, hadn't you? I think you did Monster Hunter, right?
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Ah, okay, you're about to get a bad cold. Yeah. All the best wishes to get well soon. Yeah, yep. Yeah, I did. I did, and right now I do have, let's keep fingers crossed, I do have everything going on all right. And I even got one step further. I not only did what you said, but I actually completely changed my modem. Because since a few weeks I already had a new modem in my desk, and the other one is pretty old, and I always was afraid that it might not be stable anymore, although it never was pretty clear to track down any particular problems to that old modem. But yeah, I actually threw it out and replaced it by a new Fritzbox. And of course, replacing the whole modem actually also did what you suggested to do. The connection was completely newly established again. And I think that was a good idea.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Oh, look at the moon. This moon helped me so much in that last night attack. Yep, from the other people in the stream also came the feedback that everything seems to be working all right. What I found particularly interesting is that the saved streams on YouTube as well as on Twitch were all right, and all that pixelation thingies you only had in the live stream and not in the saved one if you watched it later. Yep. I think you're right, yep.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Yeah, Colin, that's fine. Yeah, always good to get a little bit of feedback like that. Yeah, Josh, I don't know if you're still there, but Josh was in the stream for quite a while, and he also described that the quality from his point of view is perfectly all right, obviously. So that's good. Let's just keep fingers crossed that everything stays that stable. Yeah, problems that arise for no apparent reason, they always worry me a bit. You never know when you don't know the reason why the problems arose. It's always like they might come back anytime. Okay, all right. This is something I wouldn't have thought about. Good point. Gonna check that one. Never had that on the screen. Ah, sorry, I didn't see that. Hey, Beatbox. That was a raid. Okay, I was in this other on Streamlabs desktop on the screen. I just don't get this message. I did get it up there to the left. I just didn't see it. Thank you very much, Beatbox. Great. So welcome all of you guys who have been dropping in with Beatbox. Pleasure to have you in. Okay, yes. So, quite a few people in the stream. That's so great. So just towards anybody, I'm just happy to have you watching, and you're completely anonymous. I just see the number of people watching, and nevertheless, let me just mention that you could make a little streamer like me a little bit more happy if you participate in the chat, give me some feedback, just a hi, or where you're from, what you think about the game, whatever. Or, yeah, even give me a follow or a sub. But don't feel pushed, it's perfectly fine if you just watch. And even if you just lurk, everything alright. Yeah, a real German skipper, so I hope that my German accent makes it feel very immersive in this game. Like in the good old Arnold Schwarzenegger movies, where he always was put into the role of a Dutch mercenary or something like that, which explained his accent. Yeah, we are on the way back from a very successful mission. So we ran into a well-guarded large convoy, and despite the escort, we were able to sneak in and sink 3 and damage 1, and then we were forced to dive away and got a hard time being depth charged very hard. Well, and after a time they retreated, and when we got back to the surface, we saw that there was still a immobilized transport merchantman up there. It was a C3, and 1 more torpedo brought it to the sea bottom. So total of 4 fairly large ships being sunk in one convoy action. Yeah, as I said, in the past it was like, usually if I sneak into a convoy, it's like I sink 1 or 2 ships, and latest after the second ship, the escort forces me to go down. Yes, yeah, yeah.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Yeah, from German point of view, what is very amazing is these. There are these Second World War movies from the 70s or 60s, and I would say they are pretty good. There are quite a few British productions and also US productions, like movies like the Arnhem Bridge or something. Don't remember the names, but I remember that the movies were pretty well made. And what I find very amazing, that in these movies all the German parts are usually in German. And sometimes you even have German actors playing the Germans in these war movies, having usually just kind of side roles, but side, how do you call that? Well, side actors, being just side actors in the movie, but still original German actors speaking original German. And when you watch such a movie in English, this really gives it more immersion, I think. And that's actually the reason why I always stick to having the crew talk German. Although in every other aspect I very much enjoy to do the stream in English. To, yeah, actually reach much more people. That's what I love so much about streaming. Reaching so many people all over the world, and this of course only works when I do it in English. But particularly for U-Boat, I quite like to have the crew talk German, giving everything a bit more immersion. And well, there is so many details in the game which give a bit more immersion that in the end you end up with a game which is so amazingly immersive. Yeah, some German shouting, some German cursing. Alarm! Alle Mann auf Gefechtsstation.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Yeah. Give it another save and continue speeding up. Yeah, we're gonna go back to the port and then definitely just continuing with this mission set of the Arctic convoys. Now let's have a look. It's foggy, so we have a pale disk of the sun up there, and yeah, I think that also the foggy weather is implemented beautifully. It very much gives you this feeling like if you are up there on the conning tower, you have the moisture condensating on your cheek and your hair and dripping down your clothing. Yeah, because there is so many details in the game, everything is new again and again. Fog is good, no planes, exactly, aqua icing. That's exactly the point, yeah.
Ich benötige hier Unterstützung.
Okay, 2 o'clock. So I guess 3 o'clock and the sun will be gone. Yeah, at least touching the horizon by now. Yeah, like there are so many details in the environment of the game. Like the waves given different scenarios. Each attack is different. Different waves, different weather condition, fog, rain, moonshine at night or dark nights.
Ich stehe morgen um 8 auf und nehme um 9 Uhr.
Alright, so yeah, my daughter is gonna take an early train tomorrow, so she's gonna get up at 8 o'clock, and I'm not yet quite sure whether I'm gonna be up at 8 o'clock. Maybe not. Let's see. Yeah, the mist is, if you are actually raiding a convoy, the mist is not very helpful. It helps you to get sneakily into the convoy, but sometimes it's so dense that you just don't find your targets anymore. Was it A Bridge Too Far? Yeah, okay. Yeah, Richard Attenborough, that was the movie I was thinking about. I think in German it has a different... I think the German name is Die Brücke von Arnheim. Not quite sure. Sean Connery, Michael Caine, yeah. That's a good movie, if I remember right. Haven't seen him for a while. Maybe I should take a look at these old movies again. I think they were pretty high quality, good entertainment. Well, I always feel a bit cynical if I call these things like entertainment. And then I have to remember back to my grandfather, who actually was in that, and he would have never called it entertainment. So, I don't know what my grandfather must have felt when he has been watching these kind of movies. I mean, he was no Nazi, but he was a professional German soldier, so he was just fighting on the wrong side. And still just doing his job, so difficult question looking back. Yeah, the K-19. Yeah, we had that one in the discussion here on the stream before. I never saw it, but I did put it on my list actually. So let's see that we finally get back to port and see what merits we get.
Hier etwas Unterstützung. Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum. Herr Kaloy, wir befinden uns in flachen Gewässern.
Okay, from here on we can't go full time acceleration anymore. Okay, what is this? What is this? Why? For a brief period, I wasn't able to do any time acceleration. Interesting. Yeah, okay, so get well soon, beatbox. I hope that it is not gonna become a grown out flu. And yeah, let's hope that maybe tomorrow you're better. Getting to bed early is a good idea. Yeah, the Battle of Britain movie. Yep. But they are both movies. It's so long time, such a long time ago that I had been watching them. I really should. Point is that I wouldn't have people here in the family. I mean, my wife wouldn't like these kind of movies, and yeah, the kids, I don't know. My son, he might like that movie, but I'm a little bit reluctant to watch this kind of war movies with my 15-year-old son. I mean, it's alright, but yeah, I don't know. I'm a bit afraid. I don't want to glorify war or things like that. I mean, make him believe that war is something glorious or a hero thing or something. Yeah, anyway, I watched when he and me, we were alone one evening, we watched Top Gun actually. And I was surprised that the movie still works. So it has aged well, I would say. I still like it. And he liked it as well. And a few weeks later, we watched that second part of it, which was in the cinemas just a year ago. Yes, aqua-icing. Yeah, well, I mean, same for me. I mean, my parents didn't much think about these things. So when such a movie was on TV, we watched it together. Not really thinking about the pedagogic, or how would you call it, background. So that's a thing that, I mean, it's good that parents think about certain things nowadays where our parents haven't been thinking about, but some things are maybe also overthought. Yeah, that was like my attitude when I said, hey, come on, fuck it. I'm sure that my son will love the movie, and I'm curious if it still works today. And it was. I think Top Gun is still a good movie from nowadays point of view. There are a few movies which I would say haven't aged well. Like, for example, for me personally, Highlander doesn't work anymore. I remember that I loved the movie, and we were all hyped for the movie Highlander with Christopher Lambert. And, well, I've been watching it something like 2 or 3 years ago, and I was pretty disappointed on. Maybe even a little bit embarrassed that we loved that movie so much back then. Yeah, well, I mean, I mentioned it, right? That for tomorrow and Sunday, I am mainly alone back here, so my family is just coming back in the evening of Saturday, so I could have a little bit of time to watch movies that other people in the family would not like. So maybe that's a good point. Maybe I would actually look at that one. I think they're both pretty long movies, aren't they? Oh, come on, let's get back home.
Herr Kaloi, wir befinden uns in flachen Gewässern.
I'm a bit surprised that I only have 4 prisoners of war. I thought I had 6. Well, however, there we come back home. Give it a save. You never know when you get back to your home port, if there is an air raid or something. Okay. Ooh, what is this? What is this? Is this an income?
Peilung
Ah.
55 Grad. Alarm! Flugzeug im Anflug. Peilung 145 Grad.
Whoa, loads of them. It's actually an air raid. It's an air raid on the port. It's an air raid on the port. Come on, guys. We are gonna dive. We are gonna go to periscope depth. What depth do we have here? It's just 20 meters. So let's go for 20 meters.
Tauchen auf 20 Meter.
But please do it fast. Do it fast, guys. Get boat down quickly. See, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 planes or something. Let's just hope that they don't spot us down here. But I think they have spotted us. And there is a few of them coming down. Ooh, whoa, whoa, whoa. This is gonna be tough. This is gonna be tough. Let's change course.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
They are coming for us. They are coming for us. 3 of them. The rest is continuing their raid probably on. We are too slow. We are not fast enough. We are not getting down fast enough. Okay, there they have there. Oh, shit. This is gonna be tough. This is gonna be tough.
Wasserbomben. Signal. 20 Meter.
Wasser ein. Bugtorpedorauch.
Höhenbruch und Bugtorpedorauch.
Hüllenbruch im Offiziersraum.
Flow rate 800. Whoa, look at that. Close the bulkheads. Mr. Grade, so please care for that hull breach. Hole in the hull.
Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
Verstanden, Herr Kommandant. Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Ja, Herr Kaloin. Ich kümmere mich darum.
We are getting a lot of water in.
Lenzpumpe einschalten.
So, first aid. What about Mr. Hinrich? He could also do first aid, but he doesn't. Where are the injured guys? So, Mr. Keller as well again.
Hüllenbruch im Bugtorpedoraum repariert.
Okay, the pump is running. Oh shit.
Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum. Verstanden, Kommandant. Aktuelle Tiefe 30 Meter. Meter.
Alle Maschinen, stopp!
Hüllenbruch im Offiziersraum repariert.
Verstanden, Herr Kommandant.
Okay, one sailor is in a critical state. Yeah, he can't be healed when there is too much water in the compartment.
Höhenbruch im Offiziersraum.
Schadensbericht.
Höhenbruch im Flugtorpedoraum repariert. Verstanden. Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Convoy.
They're just not stopping. They are just not stopping. A lot of water getting.
Bruch im Flugtorpedoraum bestätigt.
Okay, that guy did die. I just can't heal them because there's too much water in the compartment. Oh,
Bruch im Bugtorpedoraum.
shit, getting leaks again. They must be running out of depth charges. Hopefully.
Verstanden, Kommandant. Verstanden. Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Convoy.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Verstanden. Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Convoy.
They're gonna die. They are gonna die. This is exactly the nightmare that you can get. This air raid. Just before you enter port. What happens if I open the bulkheads?
Erforderlich, die Schotten geschlossen zu halten.
Höhenbruch im Offiziersraum repariert.
There is 2 more guys just about to die. How many crewmates do I have at the moment? Just not enough. They are dead.
Flugrohre wieder einsatzbereit.
Schadensbericht.
Ventile sind beschädigt.
Jesus. Another leak. No chance. No chance to survive that. Okay, guys. Sorry. We have to reload that. Just don't get away from that. Hey, that was something like 10 planes coming in again and again. Dropping and dropping. No chance.
Herr Kaloi, wir befinden uns in flachen Gewässern.
Yeah, there was just too much water coming in. The pump didn't have any chance. The pump didn't have any chance. So I'm curious if this is persistent. If we get that situation again. We already have the lights on. Because the crew thinks we are in friendly waters. Okay. Yeah, okay, now that feels a little bit of... I feel a little bit like a cheater now. I think it was 10 or 12. And they don't have a lot of depth charges. So all of them were coming in, dropping all the depth charges. And no chance. They had a pretty good interpolation where I am. So I just, maybe I shouldn't have dropped myself onto the seabed, but go and flank ahead as far as possible away from that position where they last spotted me.
Kleine Fahrt, voraus. Kurs setzen.
All right, here we are. Here we are. It's a pity. I always hate this situation to reload, but we were actually dying. It was not just like we lost a few sailors, but they would have killed us down there. All of us. So now, well, my nice victory feels a little bit tainted, but, well. Okay, that's the captain. Sinking 1, sinking 2, sinking 3, sinking 4 ships. And we did the first level of Arctic convoys. Congratulations, Skipper. Your mission to disrupt military shipping to the USSR was a resounding success. Your skill and bravery as a U-boat captain allowed you to sink several enemy vessels, slowing the flow of supplies to the Soviet Union. Your efforts have no doubt helped to pave the way for victory on the Eastern Front. The involved military commanders are grateful for your contribution, and the U-boat command is proud of your achievements. Well done. Yeah, they were really thinking that they could achieve a victory there. 1 convoy attacked. One sunk. Well, I don't know. 4 ships sunk finally. Alright. Very good. Yes, Colin, thank you very much. Remember to release your prisoners. You're completely right. Let's do that first. So, releasing prisoners then means that we get some money for that and some reputation. So, here we are. So we went from 21 to 22, one more reputation point. Although at the moment, as we have already maxed out the development, so there's not much new stuff to develop. There is also not much stuff to invest reputation points in anymore. So for the second half of the game, they should do something, because after 1 or 2 years, all your offices are maxed out and you're pretty far with the development of technologies. This feels, it's still good fun, but it feels a bit unbalanced. So I think there is something missing. There should be more upgrades available. More leveling up of your officers and more technical upgrades somehow. Or have the existing more distributed over the whole career. So it looks like none of the officers get some promotion. But what about the specialization? Also no additional crewmates getting more specialization. All right. Now our torpedoes are completely empty. Torpedo tubes, we don't have any torpedoes left. By the way, let's take a look at... Yeah, we are still at a torpedo accuracy of 60%. And I think this is pretty alright, that 60% of my torpedoes actually found their target. If at first you don't succeed, cheat. Yep. Now, the discipline is good, almost 100%, and we don't have any fatigue effects yet. This is good. What about the stores?
Kapitän?
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloy?
Ja? Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle. Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloy?
Herr Kaloy?
Ja.
Herr Kapitän?
Yeah, let's give him a new breathing apparatus. This one is almost half used up.
Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
Okay, that doesn't work.
Ich kümmere mich darum.
That doesn't work.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloy.
You can't change it. You can't change it.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloy.
Let me see if I find a workaround for that.
Benötigen Sie, Herr Offizier? Sehen Sie sich Lagerbestände an.
So let's sell this one. And now,
Herr Kaloi?
could I put this one there? And then take the other one, the new one. Mr. Hinrich, where are you?
Natürlich, Herr Kaloi. Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
Hey, what are you doing there? What the fuck is Mr. Hinrich doing there? Okay, now he has 100% breathing apparatus again.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloi? Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Ah, okay, so it's persistent actually.
Benötigen Sie, Herr Offizier? Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an.
Items. We can get one of these and we can get one of these. Now we can't. Now the torpedoes, the storage. Let's go for the bow torpedo tubes. 1, 3, 1, 3. Stern to torpedo tube, stern storage. Bow storage. Let's have one of these, one of the homing, sound homing torpedoes, and then T3. That's the high quality ones, and so it looks like, let's get one of these. Alright, fuel, let's not forget to refuel. We didn't fire any flak, we didn't fire any deck gun. And now about food. Fish. And let's sell this and let's get more potassium absorbers. They'll seem to become a rarity sooner or later. Let's hope that we are not going to run out of potassium absorbers. Yeah, with this, I think we should be alright. Get that stuff on board.
Herr Kaloin?
Herr Kaloin?
Herr Kapitän?
Herr Kaloi?
Ja,
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin? Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin? Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
Okay.
Ja? Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle. Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
Yeah, that's fine. So we got good stores, and now let's go to the headquarters. I want to check something. Wasn't it like that I could introduce a military stash here? Why not let Mr. Trummel do that? It requires... How many reputation points does it require? Don't know. But now we get the military stash there, giving us better and maybe more supplies, higher quality supplies. All right. Give us a save. Let's check once more. I think there is no officer which could upgrade, so we are ready for the next mission, aren't we? No. Our commanding officer. So, Arctic Convoy, high difficulty. Arctic Convoy, medium difficulty. Medium, low. So I think I'm going to go for the high difficulty. Anticipated number of vessels is small. Increased activity of enemy aircraft was noticed. Yeah, so we had bad experience lately with aircraft. Let's select this. And get sailing.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Yeah, we can delete all this stuff here. Don't need these markings anymore. Let us not get confused with obsolete stuff on the map. And there we go. Yeah, it's 6 o'clock in the evening, night time. Let's give it a save, but let's save it under another name. A new save, W268. And there we go. Okay, I'll be AFK just for a minute. So I just let it go on, and yeah, fingers crossed that no aircraft is coming in. Okay, so heading for the next adventure. Yep. Hopefully no air raid. Yep. Hey, weight loss. No, I didn't. I didn't. It's not a movie. It's a series, isn't it? I think we had been talking about that before. Something like a year ago, I actually tried to start watching the Star Trek Next Generation. I mean the Jean-Luc Picard series with my family, but I somehow didn't quite... Yeah, it didn't quite catch them, let me put it like that. Okay, so it's not good. Alright. So the Doctor of Voyager. Is it this, I don't know, a guy... Looks a bit like having like Indian origins? I mean Eastern Indian origins. Is it that guy? Just have it in the back of my mind. I've been watching Voyager back then, but not that enthusiastic anymore as I had been watching the Jean-Luc Picard. He's just a hologram because the original Doctor died just in the beginning. Was it something like that? Yeah, okay. I faintly remember, yep. I think the Voyager series was also quite alright. It was just like that at one time I just wasn't watching TV so much anymore. I mean, at that time I think I mainly watched The Simpsons when I did watch TV, which was not very frequent. I watched The Simpsons or MASH. MASH, of course, being just it wasn't new back then. Just the series being repeated on, I don't know which channel it was. Yeah, of course, that was all the time. Also for Next Generation, it was quite different from episode to episode. But it was alright. So... yeah, I'm just trying to remember Deep Space Nine. I think Deep Space Nine felt a little bit too much like a kind of family series to me. Although I am the biggest fan of Chief O'Brien, But wasn't Chief O'Brien also on Next Generation? On the Picard ship? And there is a did you ever watch the Steven Seagal movie Under Siege? I don't remember the German title. Alarmstufe Rot is the German title. And there is this bunch of bad guys hijacking the American battleship, and one of the bad guys is Colm Meaney, the Chief O'Brien. And he has one of the most funny phrases in the movie, I remember back then. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if you don't know the movie, it's maybe not funny, but I mean, Steven Seagal, he's really a weirdo. But the movies were, if you didn't take them too serious, they were kind of funny. I remember back then we met with a few friends and a crate of beer, and yeah, I watched Steven Seagal movies while emptying the beer, and we had really good fun back then. Yeah, but I am kind of getting distracted. Yeah, I don't know. Nowadays, that man had become a complete weirdo. I think he's a close friend of Vladimir Putin, or something like that. Meanwhile, and he took a Russian citizenship or something. A bit like Gérard Depardieu getting weird over the years. I mean, he was weird from the very beginning, actually. And yeah, sorry guys, I would never compare Steven Seagal with Gérard Depardieu. Gérard Depardieu was a great actor, actually, who later in his life got some personal problems, I would say. Yep, yeah, that's right. He always was a weirdo, yep. So let's do a bit of time acceleration by now. Getting out of here and hope that we don't get raided by airplanes again. Yes, the nighttime sailing view is not that great, particularly for you watchers. Sorry for having that little chat distracting me from the game. But I always love these little discussions with weight loss. So what do we have again here? air raid again? No. But that's amazing. Like, this late in the war, when you have these nighttime air raids, the planes using flares and having these flashlights, these amazingly powerful flashlights. That was pretty impressive, that air raid that we had there. Although it killed us, actually. Yeah, well, but what I wanted to say about that movie with Steven Seagal was that in that movie, Steven Seagal he plays a retired member of a very special special forces squad, and yeah, he was the cook, working as a cook. So he retired as special forces guy and was the cook on that battleship, and the battleship gets hijacked by terrorists, and so it's this kind of typical plot where he is hiding and killing the terrorists one by one out of the hiding, and then at one point they find out what the cook actually is, and then the boss of the hijackers says something like, okay, so the cook was in a special forces squad, and then this actor Cormini says very stupidly, he was cooking in a special forces squad, which I found pretty funny. Yeah, maybe not so funny if I tell it like that, but if you watch the movie, the situation is pretty weird. Yeah, I remember back then that we actually went to the cinema for that movie. Alright, guys, on we go to our target area. Nighttime. Yeah, we know nighttime doesn't protect us from air raids anymore, but I think fog still does.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen. Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Yeah, these air raids are terrible when you're just approaching your home port and are still not quite there, and then you get air raided by something like 10 or 12 airplanes at the same time in shallow waters where you can't dive away. We just didn't stand a chance.
Kurs setzen.
Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
Daytime, 10 minutes to 9. And we are on the 2nd of February. Yeah, beautiful. Very beautiful again. That scenery. Yeah, doing computer games finally is still art. It's still a piece of art. It's not just technology. This is something that you see here. Like, they're definitely not doing the absolute high-end technology thing with this small development team, and still, with the means that they have, they achieve beautiful things. It's just great. Now let's radio that information to the headquarters that we have reached the patrol area. There we are. So we got some experience and stop direct orders and carry on. Yeah, fuel is not critical at the moment, now that we are so close to our home port. Discipline is alright, although we only offer one type of food, but the crew is perfectly happy at the moment. Hey, on some two-car. I hope I pronounce your name right. Nice to have you in again. How are you doing? Yeah, we are alright. We just finished a very successful patrol, which actually let us fulfill the first level of the Arctic convoys. And now we are going out for the next run, so keep fingers crossed that we find some prey. Yeah, I'm perfectly fine. I had a quiet Friday, so some work in the morning, from home office, some meetings. And I even was able to do a 1-hour stream in my lunch break. Another meeting in the afternoon, and so that was a smooth transition into the weekend. Yeah, I do. I actually had some DayZ streaming something like 3 days ago. The point only is that, yeah, the number of watches is so terribly low when I stream DayZ, in contrast to the U-boat. So there is a much more active community with U-boats. So it's always kind of, yeah, now and then I go back to my old love, DayZ, but I'm mainly streaming U-boat at the moment. Hey, Lord of Choco, so that's kind of, let me stay, please grant me this certain level of being anonymous. So I just want to make sure that the people, for example, people from work don't know me here as being a streamer. And if I would tell you what I am doing at work, then that highly increases the risk that people from my work, would actually find me here. And this is what I just don't want to do. The politician, no. That's good. Hey, no. Hey, come on. politician, this is really the least thing that I could ever do and that I would ever want to do. I think being a politician would be good in this way that you could maybe move things forward. But probably you couldn't, because there is just too many assholes around who prevent you from moving things forward. The private assistant of Mr. Mertz. No, hey, I'm not situated in Berlin. I'm living in the Frankfurt area. There is really nothing special behind it. It's just about, like, I have a lot of people that know me from work, a lot of colleagues, customers, and I just want to make sure that nobody of them recognizes me here. A Nigerian prince, yeah. Prince of Dubai. Yeah, that would be nice. I mean, I don't know if it's nice to be a prince in Dubai, but I think you would have a lot of money. Not that I really depend too much on money, but to have it is very reassuring. Yeah, maybe not, yep. Yeah, the Dubai prince would probably have a lot of money, but maybe not the Nigerian prince. Well, if you're a warlord, maybe you have a lot of kind of drug money, or I don't know. So, sorry, there is any guys from Nigeria. That's not meant personal. So that was a bit like stereotype thinking what I said. Sorry for that. Yeah. Yeah, but yeah. I just wouldn't tell you what I do in my job. That's this certain level. I just must be 100. I just want to be sure that, like, colleagues, customers, that they would not run into me by chance here and things like that. A lot of choco. Don't put that word like that into my mouth. I didn't say that. So tomorrow in the newspapers you can read German streamer is a racist or something like that. No, that was not what I said. So, sorry. Don't want to do any stereotypes. Yep, that's it. Yeah, you always have to have the head on swivel, guards on. You never know what's going on, so. Yeah, please. Like. Don't let your fantasy rule and take over. I'm not a famous guy or something like that. And you wouldn't know me, and most people wouldn't know me. It's just like I would feel kind of embarrassed if at work some guy would talk to me and say, "Hey, I saw you doing YouTube streams and Twitch streams." That would somehow feel weird. It's not the way for happiness, yeah. And the problem is when you have lots of money from your childhood onwards, it might kind of influence you, would it? I mean, my theory is that if you don't have money and if there is nothing to inherit from your parents or uncles or something, so if you're born into a poor family at least, you could be sure that if people are nice to you, they mean it. So, by the way, let's do a hydrophone check.
Tauchen auf 50 Meter.
But that's a beautiful view, wasn't it? With the bows cutting through the waves. Again, the spray flying high up. And the sun up there, above the conning tower. Really love that. It takes ages. Like, remember when we had that air raid? To dive takes ages, but that's just realistic. You don't just press the button and the boat goes down, but there is a lot of stuff to be done by the crew until you really go down. And that was actually our death on that air raid. Because, yeah, it took some time to dive, and in this time the airplanes really had the time to home in on us and taking target on us.
Meter.
Oh, hey! Sorry, I just neglected the YouTube chat. Hey, Quantum Chance. Nice to have you in. Come over to America, yeah. Yeah, okay. Hey, Quantum Chance. That's also a good kind of point of view. I like that attitude of yours towards that. But you never know if your co-workers are actually like that, or if they start saying something like, hey, look at them. He's making a fool by himself. And yeah, I'm not 15 anymore, so people might say that streaming is not for people of my age, but I think it is. And, well, actually I don't care too much about the opinion of others, but in principle I'm a big fan of keeping private things and business things apart. So here we are, an enormous range of detection again when we are submerged. Let's see if we get any contact. Sorry, I have this joint chat and I just didn't see your commands there. Quantum Chance, sorry for my delayed answer. Yeah, they are. And yeah, you might guess that I am not 20 anymore. Yeah, that's the point. So the guy, I pretty much like to have people around me which are younger than me, because people of lower age used to be more open to new concepts and things like that. Yeah, that's something like the thoughts that I have about that, yeah. So you see what enormous detection range you get, something like 90 miles radius. So that means when we are down here, we detect just any moving propeller in a radius of 90 miles. And that's really an amazing technique. Hey, on some Tupac, you make me curious. Did we play DayZ together? So was it another name that you had back then? I had quite some beautiful team ups. So I understand that you're from the US, aren't you? Yeah, I mean, so I don't need that much anonymity. So from my accent, you probably clearly hear that I'm from Germany, and I'm living in the Frankfurt area. And I don't know, did we actually have a team up in DayZ? Help me, please.
Anblasen.
Snowy Generous, nice, yeah, great. To be honest, yeah, it's too bad. I'm a bit embarrassed actually, but I don't remember that one.
35 Meter. Meter.
I actually should, because I haven't been playing a lot of snowy scenery, because I love the summer and the autumn scenery so much.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kalon?
I think I remember roughly, yeah. So it was generous, wasn't it?
Natürlich, Herr Kaloi.
Let's go on.
Ich benötige hier
So now it's about patience again. I don't store the streams actually, so I never do any much working on the streams. I don't think that I still have it.
Herr Kalon, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Kurs setzen.
Natürlich, Herr Kaloi. Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung. Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloi.
Okay, now another hydrophone check.
Tauchen auf 50 Meter.
Ah, yes, okay, yes, yeah, I remember. Yep. Ah, okay, so you're from Canada. You're not from the US, you're from Canada, aren't you? I remember. Yeah, yep. I think we even had an appointment and actually teamed up later on. Not just randomly, right? So I think I should still have your connection in Steam, right?
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
So maybe we could one day do another team up in DayZ. Yeah, now I remember. I don't quite remember that it was a winter map, but I remember your name and I remember. Yep, yeah, nice, nice, yeah. Hey, that's funny. That's amazing. It's so great that you're in the stream after all. It must be something like 2 years ago, right? If not more.
40 Meter.
Hey, that's amazing.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Yeah, I remember that you're from Canada. Not quite sure what part,
50 Meter.
eastern or western. My guess is that you were more from the eastern part of Canada, not west coast, but I'm not sure anymore. Yes, yeah, yep. That makes much more sense. We had been playing on Deer Isle. I was not sure about that winter map because I don't play much. Okay, yeah, eastern. Yep, Montreal, Quebec. Yeah, see, I'm pretty proud that I actually do remember. Are you still playing a lot of... Yeah, aqua icing. Yeah. Are you still playing DayZ a lot? Recently?
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
45 Meter.
So here we are. It's nighttime, 20 to 9. I think we should still be connected on Twitch. Sorry, not on Twitch, on Steam. Is it like that? I think. Do you still have that Mark Le Prince name on Steam? I think back then we did connect via Steam, and I'm pretty sure that I didn't delete the connection. So now it's the patience game again, but this is what you have to pay to have this kind of realistic game where you have real paths of convoys and no kind of scripted encounters. There is a certain mode in the settings in the beginning of your career. You could choose that, and there is this setting which I play on where you just have this kind of real travel paths of convoys and you have to find them, and there are two other settings where you can gradually increase the probability of, I think, scripted encounters. And for the sake of immersion, I really don't like these scripted encounters, and I better except that I have to travel around and do a lot of hydrophone checks before I find a convoy, than having this artificially scripted encounters. Yeah, okay, yeah. I've been playing Escape from Tarkov a bit, quite a while ago, but I don't have it installed anymore. It just stressed me too much. So, as you might have guessed from my remarks, I am, well, it's like my style of gameplay is I come back from work, I have my time with the family, and when they go to bed, I want to do a little bit of relaxed gameplay. And this game here is perfectly fine for that. Of course, it's pretty action-packed now and then, but you also have these stretches of relaxation where we can have a nice chat. And same for DayZ. There is action-packed stretches, but there is other parts of the game when you just walk and hike through the countryside. So that's these games which are pretty great for me, for giving me some relaxation. And Tarkov is just 200% full tension all the time. And I love it. I love that concept, and it feels so real. But still, for me, it's just too tough. Tarkov is too tough for me, actually. For me, gaming needs to be a little bit more relaxing. But the game is great. The game is great. So, there is this new extraction shooter, which is a little bit, less tough. What was this name? Don't remember the name. Maybe you know what I mean. It's something like just a few weeks ago it came out. Yeah, not the Tarkov Arena, but a completely different game, which is also kind of an extraction shooter, but a bit more arcade and a bit less realistic, like getting hit and you die. That's Tarkov. And I actually like that concept, to have it realistic. I don't like these games where you have kind of a health bar and then you can tank away something like 20 bullets of hits and you have just a reduced health bar. In principle, I pretty much like that concept if you have it realistic. One hit and you get a severe injury, and one head shot and you die. This is the approach that I pretty much like about these kind of games, but still, Tarkov being too tough. For me, at least. And again, no contact. Back to the surface. Let's give it a save. And please allow me to be AFK. For Delta Force. I never tried it, but maybe that one is good. Hey, that's really great. I'm pretty amazed by the fact that you are back here in the stream. Mark Le Prince. That's 2 years ago. That's more than 2 years ago. Yep, but sorry, I have to be AFK just for 1 minute. Be back in 60 seconds. Yeah, guys, I just had to think about, yeah, just now that my family is away over the weekend and I'm all alone here at home. I would really love to do some kind of gaming orgy, just like playing from late morning till late night. But the problem is that I still do have a little bit of work to do. There is a little bit of backlog. At least I have to do a few hours of work tomorrow and on Saturday. And I was just thinking about how beautiful it would be if I wouldn't have any work to do over the weekend and just sleep long, get to the computer, game from late morning till late night. That would be nice. From now and then I pretty much enjoyed this approach. Yeah, but let me see. I have to do a little bit of work in between, but I'm definitely gonna do some early stream tomorrow. Yeah, we are already 5 hours of streaming by now. Nice. That's nice. Yeah, actually I'm not streaming so much DayZ anymore. And yeah, the one reason is that I love this game here so much. It really has some kind of, in German we would say, Aufforderungscharakter. So, my favorite game since quite a while is actually U-Boat. But still, now and then I love to play DayZ as well. It's always just a little bit of a disappointment that I'm not a big streamer, but we have this nice little community here, and whenever I stream U-Boat, it's something like 5, 6, 8, maybe 10 people watching, sometimes more. And when I stream DayZ, it's just like having maximum 3 people watching, and that's a little bit disencouraging then. And yeah, what I really love about streaming is the communication, and when there's just so few people watching, you don't get any communication, and then, well, in combination with that, I love the gameplay of this game here so much, and the atmosphere, the immersion, the everything. So, it's an easy choice usually for me. So nothing. Let's carry on. Give it a save and do some time acceleration. On we go.
Herr Kaloi, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Yes, we are.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloi. Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloi.
Change of watch at 2 o'clock.
Benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Yeah, actually, my little lunchtime test stream today, that was amazing. Because I tried the skipper mode, and I was pretty much impressed by the skipper mode. So maybe I'm gonna do some streaming, but I have to try it again. I really have to get into action and try if the skipper mode actually works when you attack ships, convoys, but my first impression was pretty positive. Yeah, in DayZ there are famous streamers, and so there is a lot of people streaming. And yeah, here it's kind of, Yeah, I think there is not too many people actually doing this game, streaming this game. And there are a few Germans streaming it, or some guys from European countries in their language. But there is not too many people actually streaming this game in English, I think. Yeah, so actually thank you all of you guys for following me in this one here. By the way, let's do another hydrophone check. What's gonna happen? You see the off-watch crew running through the front compartment, giving additional diving ballast, and Mr. Schultz opening the valves to let the sea water into the ballast tanks. And there we are. That was fast. And yeah, while we do all that hurly-burly of diving, we still have the maintenance of that torpedo in parallel. I did the streaming in English from the very beginning. Also, well, my first streaming game was actually DayZ, and even then I only did it in English.
25 Meter.
And yeah, I don't see any gain to do it in German, because on the one hand I pretty much love to speak English, and I don't have too much opportunity to speak English in my real life. And yeah, second, I love to communicate with people from all over the world. So other European countries, UK, US, Canada, Australia even. And if I would stream in German, I would never get in contact with you guys. So for me, it's pretty clear that my concept is doing the stream in English.
Torpedorohr 4 gewartet.
Yeah, Mr. Schneider doing constant work there.
Ja?
And here we are. Now, fingers crossed. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for that feedback. So, in principle, I'm not very good in languages. It's just like that I was so lucky to have, over stretches, I had the opportunity to speak English a lot at work, and well, then I spent something like a year, many years ago, I spent a year in Edinburgh. And so it came kind of naturally. Like this. And yeah, I think it's alright, isn't it? I mean, I would be very happy if I would speak English in a way that you wouldn't be able to recognize anymore that I am German. But on the other hand, I quite respect accents and quite like it that you have these kind of local accents and different ways of speaking. In principle, I pretty much like that, but particularly for me, I would be very happy if people would not be able to recognize from my accent that I'm German. Yeah, okay. You think so? Wasn't aware of that. Yeah, there were times when I had to do a lot of English at work, but these times are gone. And so This is one aspect why I love streaming, because it kind of gives me the opportunity to stay in the English language. And at work, yeah, now and then I have to speak English at work, but most of the time it's German. Yeah, generally I'm not good with accents. What I always say is,
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
I'm even in Germany, if I go to certain places in Bavaria, I just wouldn't understand the people there because I'm so bad with accents. But still, I respect it. I pretty much love the concept that people in different regions have different accents. That's so great, but yeah, I also ran into people who had strong local accents, and they were kind of, yeah, they didn't like it. They wanted to get rid of it because they had the feeling that it was sounding kind of stupid or something, but I wouldn't say that. Yeah. I think it's just great that we have this variety of accents. And still, as for me personally, yeah, it's not too much of a problem for me, but in principle, yeah, maybe I should take courses if I really would like to sound not like a German. Maybe I would have to take courses, and this again is not my approach to learning a language. There we go, back to the surface. And still nothing. Okay, like the first mission we did up here in the Arctic Convoys area, we had something like a few days of successless, pointless hydrophone checking. We didn't find anything, and then finally we ran into this nice unprotected convoy.
Meter.
Torpedorohr 5 gewartet.
Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Herr Kaloy, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Okay, I take a look at the time. Around here it's roughly half past 2. So I think it's a good time to go to bed. Can sleep long tomorrow, but yeah, nevertheless, as I said, I have to do a little bit of work tomorrow. Don't want to complain, but so this is my ordinary time actually, isn't it? So I usually do stream till 2:30, 3 o'clock maximum. So let's give it a save around here. And let me briefly check if there is anybody worthwhile raiding. Oh yeah, my favorite DayZ streamer, Fresh Z. Come on, let's go for him. So it would be very kind of you if you would just stay in the stream until we give this guy a raid. Whatever you like, if you like DayZ or not, but he would, yeah, be pretty happy if we stream with as many people, raid with as many people as we could. So the name is here he is. Yeah, let's start the raid. Looks like he's just swimming and being in bad weather. Let's see. Let's see. And raid. So guys, it was a pleasure to have you. See you then.
Who's ringing in my ear? Josh Slocum coming in with a raid. How you doing, Josh? Nice to see you, buddy. Welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. Hansam Tuka. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow.
Excellent!
Bogus. You're just in time to see us go to Alcatraz. Alcatraz Island. There she is. In all her glory. We are keycard hunting. Are we going to be the only ones here? Probably not. We definitely won't play like we are. Oh, got Safi again. Rachel coming in with a watch streak. Is that for real? 25 stream streak? That's amazing. Is that for real? Once got shot at the northern tip of the island. Thought I was the only one? Oh boy. Wow. The intense server with 50 meds. Oh, was that the server that he was on?